You reach the quorum, Madam Chair.
Kushi? Thank you, Mr. Chai, and good morning. Good morning to my honorable colleagues of Resources and Development Committee, and also to our Legislative Services staff and our legal counsel. Good morning, and also to individuals that are present here in the Navajo Nation Land Department conference room. And then also good morning to the listeners on the call. Thank you for being with us today, Wednesday, October the 25th, for regular Resources and Development Committee meeting. Essentially, we had this meeting canceled and slated for this coming Friday, as some of the members of Resources and Development Committee were scheduled to travel to DC, but the trip did not happen, so we are here today. And again, Rodney had to get last-minute information going, posting the agenda. So thank you again to the team. We're here at the Navajo Nation Land Department in St. Michael's, Arizona. As always, thank you to the team here with Land Department for allowing Resources and Development Committee to have their regular Resources Development Committee meetings here. So with that, I'd like to call the meeting to order at 10:15 a.m. And Mr. Tahi, if you could please take roll call.
Madam Chairman of RDC, this is roll call for Resource and Development Committee, the 25th Navajo Nation Council's regular meeting for Wednesday, October 25th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus.
Present.
Honorable Brenda Jesus is present. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson is present.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson is present. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson is present. Honorable Otto Stout. Madam Chair, you have 4 members available which constitute a quorum for this regular meeting. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. And going on next to invocation, Kodoshe ya citizen, Linigi Kodosa, Ye, Chika, Lord, what Ligi Bichish asked. So with that, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson Ashonda, Kodos citizen, Linigi Benchika, these was this morning.
Bennett, good morning, everybody. And thank you for this honor to say the prayer this morning. Dear Heavenly Father, come to you this beautiful morning to thank you for our lives, for life, and thank you for all the beautiful blessings you bestowed on each and every one of us. You to watch over us as we travel, watch over our families, you to guide us and direct us, wisdom, and leadership, and helping us improve our communities throughout the Great Navajo Nation. I ask that you continue to watch over our military servicemen and women, those that are protecting our country, and on those that are abroad. Watch over them and protect them as well. Thank you. Bless us each and every day, and all these things in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen. Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And next, on to announcements. Do we have any announcements to share this morning, members of Resources and Development Committee, or Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, your regular Navi scheduled meeting for Thursday, October 26th has been canceled. There'll be no regular meeting for the following week. Next week on Tuesday, October 31st on Halloween, Office of Legislative Services will be undergoing the sexual harassment training that is mandated by the legislative branch under Speaker Curley. Then on November 1st, we will have our regular RDC meeting as well. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. With that, I'd like to go ahead and share some information to members of Resources and Development Committee as well. Again, we know that we are pressed for a hard deadline with ARPA, as we all know. And since we oversee Division of Community Development, Division of Economic Development, who were recipients of, monies that were awarded to the divisions to do some project built-outs at the chapter level, and also, a list, was, I guess, combined by chapter leadership at the local level. Right now, we are looking at wanting to set a deadline as Resources and Development Committee. So with that, I reached out to Division Director, Mr. Arvin Mitchell, and his team with Division of Community Development to have possibly a 2-hour meeting tomorrow at the Division of Community Development Conference Room, and just trying to understand and learn where Division of Community Development is at in terms of assessment of the projects by region, as we know that there were IDIQ consultants that were, procured and hired with prior division director, Dr. Yellowman. And those 4 consultants were given the full notice to proceed to start working with chapters within the regions that they were selected for. Now, what we need to know is which of these projects are going to go forward to be built out, and which of the projects were not eligible to proceed through the assessments that were conducted. And with that, what is the remaining dollar amount that DCD feels like needs to be redirected towards different projects that are possibly construction ready? The reason why I bring this up is the Budget and Finance Committee has been requesting for information, so I'm hoping that we can start working parallel with Budget and Finance Committee after this meeting. So with that, if you are all available tomorrow morning, possibly from 8 to 10 at DCD conference room, I really request members of Resources and Development Committee to be present in hopes that we can understand DCD's strategy, and going forward, how we can restructure some of those funds if it needs to be. So I just wanted to put that announcement out there to members of Resources and Development Committee, and if our legal counsels can be present as well, either in person or via phone, that would be great too. So this morning, members of Resources and Development Committee. So with that, any other members that might have any announcements this morning? 8 o'clock in the morning.
Location again?
At the DCD conference room. Yeah.
DCD or DNR?
DCD. The sister building, the one that's located more to the south. So with that, I'd like to go forward on to item 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and a visiting official. So with that, for those to have RDC members introduce themselves. Again, so starting with Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everybody. Bennett. Shay Casey Allen Johnson in Shay. My day speaking this night. Ashkan Hadil Bashichin, Hana and Deshiche. Pinajini Deshnella. Ego de Namasla. Labeda Nasha. My clan, welcome you guys here today. I'm glad to be back here in the Land Department conference room. And let's have a productive meeting today. Thank you.
Vice Chair. On to Shiaj, Honorable Simpson.
Madam Chair, members of RDC and staff, yes, that are here and also online. Yate Bene, say Daniel Simpson, Shia. Aro Hanatin Ashka, Aro the 8 chapters when Ashka did Herpro, Nayuzi, Lake Valley, White Rock, the Sinte, Crown Point, and Skiltea. The Ninsini, Twitch inch, especially West Chair. Not just this one, thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Wershin Shaha, Ado Indashanai, Honorable Chair Ness.
But pushing like Ethan, Nanda, RDC, Ado Chair, Chiefs, as well as staff, no Fenigi at Ethan. Ado Rice, not I are Rickness in Shiawan and Slan. Oh, Zay Kachin, Bashish Chain, and Habit, Shade, Okian, Honey, Dashanala. But they go ahead and then Shado has Tonga chapters, Banash, Nishiki, Hogback, San Juan, and Hanzar, Upper Fruit, and Burnham, Don Nickham. Back to you, Chair.
Wershin Shaha, And then, I know the Honorable Otto So was on the call. Is he still on the call? No? Okay, let me take it to legislative. Mr. Tahi, start with you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, those present, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the Legislative Advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Central Kennett, and I'm originally from Steve, Arizona. Hi, Madam Chair.
And then Ms. Thompson, introduction.
Good morning,
rep.
everyone. My name is Karen Thompson. I'm the Legislative Assistant for Health Education and Services.
And then Leslie?
Yes, Leslie Sosi Inishna, Ajihi Nishna, Tohoklini Basichin, Setna Busy Desichin, Tohokani Deshinali, I work with the Office of Legislative Services.
And then our legal counsel, Ms. Khan?
Good morning. Yes, Honorable. Today, Toy has Lini Nishna, Dahi Basichin, Dashi Dashi, Senator A. Dashanala. I'm happy to be with you this morning.
And then, Ms. Quinn?
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable committee members, and everyone else in attendance. My name is April Quinn, and I'm returning to the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Mr.
Good morning, Yate Beneshe, Yate Orpinton, Sheh, Aro, Wansanen, so, Pachini, Basichin, Nakenai, Dashanala, Tani, Basichin, Aro, LDA, for Honorable Denny Pinson.
Thank you, Mr. Pinto. And then to, Ms. Black Hat, introduction.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of RDC. I'm Veronica Blackhat, Assistant Attorney General for Natural Resources Unit. I'm Tubajda Aja in Toy Lini Bashichin. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to go ahead and take it to Mr. Batsui.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Byron Bitsui, Department Manager of the Navajo Land Department. Turitini Nishne, Athni, Bashichin, Ashini Dashche, Bilagana Dashanala. Greetings. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, Etty, are you, introduction?
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Jesus. Thank you, members of RDC. Shay Etienne Shinabasa and Shay Sanabithni and Shay Hashklishni Bushishchin, Tutney Sutni Dashanella, Bilagana Dashache. I'm the Department Manager for the General Land Development Department. And I'll be listening for a few moments, but I'll have other GLAD staff on the call. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and continue to item number 3 on the agenda, reviewing and approving the agenda. Mr. Tahi, if you can read the proposed agenda into the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Resource and Development Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council's regular meeting Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Brenda Jesus, Chairperson. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, Vice Chairperson. Location, Navajo Nation Land Department and via telecommunication. 1, call meeting to order. Roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognizing guests and the visiting officials. 3, reviewing and approving the agenda. 4, reviewing and approving the journal, October 11th, 2023, regular meeting. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Office of Legislative Counsel on the delegation of right-of-way and related sensitive matters, executive session. B, report from Navajo Agriculture Product Industry on their fiscal year 2023 audit report for NAFI and Navajo Pride LLC, executive session. 6, old business, legislation 0131-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, approving the grant of right-of-way to the Utah Department of Transportation for the construction, operation, maintenance of Highway SR 162 from Montezuma Creek to Annis, located on Navajo Nation Trust land in Annis Chapter, San Juan County, Utah, and waiving the requirement of bonds, insurance of alternative form of security-based permit pursuant to Title 25 Code of Federal Regulations, Section 169.103, F2, sponsor Honorable Curtis Benito. B, legislation number 0221-23, an action relating to Resource Development Committee, amending Resolution RDC AD-32-20, resetting Resolution number RDC E-105-18, and approving the grant of right-of-way and lease it to Arcadia Infracom, located on Navajo Nation Trust lands on the Navajo Nation, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. To rescind the Navajo Nation Council consent to the development rights provision, sponsor Honorable Carl R. Slater, co-sponsor Honorable Crystalline Curley, Shandine Parrish, and Brenda Jesus. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0224-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee, certify manually to chapter community-based land use plan. Sponsor Honorable Seth Damon. B, legislation number 0234-23, an action relating to Resource and Development Committee and Nominating Committee, supporting the reauthorization and funding for the Native American Housing Assistance and Self-Determination Act. Sponsor Honorable Amber Tismazo Crotty. Co-sponsor Honorable Otto Son, Brenda Sousa. C, legislation number 0242-23, an action relating to Resource and Development, and approving the Diné College lease for 1182.11 acres, more or less, of Navajo Nation trust lands located within the Wheatfield-St. Chapter vicinity, Navajo Nation, Apache County, Arizona. Sponsor Honorable Brenda Sousa. D, directive, the Resource and Development Committee directs the Division of Natural Resources Division Director, General Land Development Department, Department Manager, and Navajo Nation Land Department, Department Manager, and the Department of Resource Enforcement, Rangers Office, Department Manager, with the assistance of the Navajo Department of Justice, shall organize a work session with the goal of establishing a joint management plan for the Canyon D. Shelley. J, the Division of Natural Resources Division is to inform and advise the Division of Public Safety Director about the work session. E, approving a work session with the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Division of Natural Resources on the deed of trust application for Monday, November 6, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area. F, approving to schedule the Resource and Development Committee's regular meeting on Wednesday, November 8, 2023 at 10 a.m. from Window Rock, Arizona to Manuelito Chapter in Metmore, Navajo Nation, New Mexico. G, approving to schedule the Resource Development Committee's regular meeting on Wednesday, December 13, 2023 at 10 a.m. from Window Rock, Arizona area to Tuba City Chapter in Tuba City, Arizona. 8, close the meeting, announcements, and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the proposed agenda read into the record. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Rodney, for that. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion on these? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. With that, members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on the proposed agenda here before us? Honorable Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Under old business, B, legislation 0221-23 was tabled for a work session. I don't know why it's on here. We could table it again. I could do that.
Okay. Honorable Ness, for the information, Vice Chair Johnson?
There was a directive, for a work session. Was that done? No. Bobby?
Vice Chair Johnson, Madam Chair, to reconfirm that, the table was, put accurately into the committee report, I went back and re-listened to what was instructed. The Resource and Development Committee tabled legislation 0221-23 until the next regular or special meeting to give adequate time for the sponsor, which was Delegate, Slater, to reach out and address concerns to Delegate Nez regarding legislation 022123. Since this committee had final authority in the recommendation that was motioned by Honorable Danny Simpson, there was no recommendation for a work session. It was up to Delegate Slater to reach out to Delegate Nez to work on this legislation. Madam Chair, members of RDC, just for clarification.
Vice Chair?
Chairman Nutt, did Delegate Carl Slater reach out to you? Were you guys able to meet, or?
We didn't really discuss the legislation. I didn't think it was appropriate to be discussing the legislation as one single member of RDC with the sponsor by himself. It would be appropriate that the committee sit at the table, or if he's available, have him talk on it. I don't want to be having secret meetings and be accused of anything, and I will not go there when something like that is brought up. But a work session, I believe, would probably be the proper route to take, or table it again. That's what I would do.
Keha, Honorable, Nez. So, with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, the recommendation I'd like to go ahead and allow is, to have legislation 0221-23 go to a work session to have all members of Resources Development Committee. And I believe it was also to, invite to this particular work session the, Arcadian Infracom, right? Just to get to the,
We recommended that as well, Chair.
yes. So, Otto Aya, we can also invite, the other sponsors and also the initial sponsor to this particular legislation. So, with that, I don't know, the recommendation would be, how would the approach be, Mr. Tahi, if, this is gonna be deferred to just, I don't want it to get tabled again, but, take it
Chair,
properly to a work
That's
session.
not up to you.
Okay,
That's not up to you.
okay. So I'm just asking for recommendations, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, since Honorable Slater isn't here for legislation 0221-23, this legislation would automatically be deferred to the next RDC agenda. As with previous legislation, the old legislation 0121-23 was dealing with the right-of-way review of the Department of Transportation. Mr. Delegate Unito is not present, so this legislation keeps getting deferred to the next RDC meeting. So until he comes, RDC can take action on it, but until then, they'll just stay under old business. Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Madam Chair.
Okay, let me give it to, Honorable Danny Simpson first.
Madam Chair, like I said, once we do the reports, we're not sure how long it's gonna take. If Mr. Slater does show up, again, his recommendation, if he doesn't show up, just delete off the agenda. But, yeah, I'd like to just, we don't know what's gonna happen in the next hour or so. So with that, I can make an amendment to the agenda.
Okay,
I'd like to go ahead and, delete both A and B off the agenda, under old business. With the recommendation of having a work session on legislation 0021-23 with all the appropriate entities with, Arcadian being involved, to discuss this, legislation. If I'm in order, Madam Chair.
I'll second the motion.
okay,
Chair, I'd like to second the motion, and, Brother Cordova, Honorable Simpson, if we could just leave it on there, and if they're called, and if they're absent, it can be deferred to the next meeting, and at that meeting, we can make that motion in front of the sponsor, Honorable Slater, and then, defer it for a work session.
okay.
So withdraw my motion, so let's wait until we get to the legislation, right? Is that what you're recommending?
Oh, I'm just recommending that, instead of withdrawing these two legislations, just leave it on there. And since they're not here, we'll just defer them.
So we'll go with Mr. Rodney's and, Mr. Nez's recommendation.
So, the
Okay.
amendment
I
calls
withdraw my-
for, okay,
I withdraw my motion, amendment. I withdraw my amendment. I guess
so we got a motion here, and he had seconded, now he wants to withdraw his motion, which
Okay.
was to delete items A and B. But, the recommendation is to leave it on the agenda as is, and it will be deferred, but with the recommendation that a work session takes place.
I guess, Madam Chair, I withdraw my motion, which is out now. We don't need to have Mr. Nez's concurrence. So we'll just go to the way Mr. Nez said. Once we come to this item here,
Okay.
if the, sponsor not here, then we go to that. So, then we'll make those recommendations at the,
Honorable Nez.
Madam Chair, I know we're on the main agenda now. I also withdraw my motion, my
Okay.
second motion, but, perhaps, I don't know if, Honorable Damon and Crotty are gonna be here. I know that Honorable Otto So is a co-sponsor, he's coming, but you're here. And perhaps we can go to new business first.
Okay,
Old business and new business first, and then go back and finish the reports, if that would be okay. I don't know if, NAPI would be here. If
Sitting out
not, we
there.
can just,
They're sitting out there.
they're sitting out there.
Oh,
Okay. So,
so, let me just, state this. So there was initially an amendment that was, motioned by Delegate Danny Simpson, but that, amendment motion was withdrawn. And, second recommendation that was, given by Honorable Rick Ness, which I'm assuming is a motion, is to take care of the old and new business items first before we go back up to receiving the reports, right? Are you making a motion to,
are they here, this Seth Damon?
Honorable, Speaker Damon's not here. So we can actually just defer. I think he wants to have his legislation continue deferring.
It's okay. I'm not gonna make a motion, but I do have a question, Chair.
Okay,
Honorable Simpson made a motion, and my question to our legal counsel is it okay to take off legislations like old business A and B off the agenda?
When the agenda is set, guidance from the, 164 process says that the legislation, once it has gone through the process of the, 5-day comment period, it says it shall be put on the agenda. And, and then the committee can act on it. Now, with the old business, if there's a tabling motion and such, you can take it off, table it, but as far as removing from the agenda, I do want to bring to your attention that the Resources and Development Committee has authority to set its agenda. You vote on it and set your agenda. But the guidance with regard to putting something on the agenda, the new legislation, I'll say the new legislation that hasn't been considered before, there is a directive in the code that says shall go on the agenda. So new business, that is all on the agenda. As far as the old business, it's, if there is no, nothing that I have found in the code with regard to old business, but, the idea that that the resolutions be considered is there. And if the sponsors are not there, then essentially it is deferred to the next agenda. But the idea is that the legislation be put on the agenda for consideration, be allowed. But, as I said, there is no, directive that can't remove items from the agenda. But there is the idea that allowed, if the sponsor is here, that you go forward. And the only thing that can't prevent it from going forward is if the sponsor is not here. So essentially, what happens is, if the sponsors aren't here, they'll be put on the next agenda. I'm sorry.
So, Mariana, yes or no? Can I motion to delete old business A and B? I can, but is that allowable? Yes or no? I don't want to go all the details again.
I don't want to set a precedent for removing items from the agenda, especially if there is a sponsor that's ready.
No, there's no sponsor here. So, A or B, because what Mr. Nez recommended to have a work session, that's why we want to take care of it now, to either delete off the agenda or move forward and see if the sponsor shows up or not. But
in this situation where the sponsor isn't here, yes, go ahead and you may remove it from the agenda.
okay.
But my advice would be different if the sponsor was sitting here.
so Ms. Khan, okay, so let me just put this out. Ms. Black Hat, our legal counsel from Navajo Nation DOJ on legislation 0131-23 did bring a concern to us regarding this particular legislation. Now, the recommendation was to have all the stakeholders at a meeting to discuss this legislation before going forward with it. So that still has yet to be scheduled, okay? Now, going back to legislation 0221-23, that was also requested through a work session. I believe Honorable Chair Nez had brought that because, again, you know, this is a very important issue. So again, since I had left the RDC meeting the last time, I was getting updates from my colleague, Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, on how the action or the directive was made going forward. So with that, again, since the initial sponsors aren't here, I'd like to go ahead as Chair of Resources, because I'm co-sponsor on item B, but I want to also be respectful to my colleagues here on RDC through a request for a work session. So when we get to these items, can we just note that into the record and move forward? Ms. Khan?
That is one way to approach it. The other way is to amend the agenda and put on the approval section that you will have a work session, schedule a work session, and also a time to schedule what you, the Department of Justice has brought you.
Yeah.
That could be added to the agenda, and you can approve it on Saturday.
Appreciate. So with that, RDC members, with what was just mentioned by Ms. Khan, do we want to take approach A or approach B? Approach A is just go through the flow of the agenda on the old business of the two legislations, item A and B. Read into the record that we want to schedule a work session with the timeline of when this is going to happen, maybe within 30 days, or what Ms. Khan had mentioned is amend the agenda and put into record legislation A and B under item 6 of the agenda, and what the next course of action needs to be, and approve it that way with as an amendment 1. I think if we just take option A would be good. I just need members' input. Good morning, Shadeja. Honorable Claw. Let me allow her the floor for introduction first.
Good morning, everyone. So yate shae shana ang fine chair. Aro dona shnigi a hosan and shlido twitter tweet near versus team. Kachi need the shito ki on in this note. Mado Spencer. And good morning to everyone.
Pretty. So members of RDC, option A or B?
We can just skip over
Okay.
when we get there.
Sabushi? Okay, so we'll just go ahead and take the legislation, and we'll go ahead and discuss it and put into the record the next course of action when we get to old business, item A and B. So it's A with A though, so right at this time, we don't have no amendment to the agenda. Any other additional questions or recommendation, Vice Chair? Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chairman of RDC, under new business, items F, scheduling the meeting on Wednesday, November 8th, 2023, moving it to Manuelito chapter. After speaking with Speaker Damon, the request is to reschedule that from November 8th to November 1st. The chapter will be ready on November 1st.
Okay. Is noted. Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Vice Chair?
Yeah, so what I'm understanding is that we're just gonna go ahead and just go through the agenda to old business, and then we'll discuss it there.
Yes. Yes, sir. Correct, Vice Chair.
So we'll take either option A or B.
That's option A.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, any additional, comments or questions on the agenda here before us? Going once, going twice. Okay, so with that, Mr. Tahi, roll call vote, Ashona.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for approving the agenda. Honorable Sana Inclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sana Inclaw votes green. Honorable Katiana Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Katiana Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Kushi? Yeah. So with that, motion carries. Members of RDC with approved agenda here for today's meeting, October 25th. Going on to item number 4 on the agenda, reviewing and approving journals for October the 11th, 2023 regular Resources Development Committee meeting. I believe the meeting minutes were emailed out by staff from legislative. So if I may get a motion on the journals for October the 11th, Vice Chair Johnson.
Second.
May I get a second, Honorable Chair Nez? Thank you. Members of RDC, do we have any questions on the journals that were emailed out for October 11th meeting? Going once, going twice. Rodney, can you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for reviewing and approving the agenda for October 11th, 2023. Honorable Sana Inclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sana Inclaw votes green. Honorable Katiana Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Katiana Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so we go on to item 5, receiving reports, letter A. Report from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the delegation of right-of-way and related sensitive matters. We do have presenters, Ms. Mariana Khan, who is our legal attorney, and April Quinn, who's also attorney for Office of Legislative Counsel, and members of Resources and Development Committee. This particular report does require executive session, and I would need a motion, and also I would need to know the length of time that we will be in executive session. Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, considering the, next, group is ready, maybe we can go after that, just to be courteous. Waiting out there. We ourselves, we're here, we're from Window-Rock.
Fukushi, Ms. Khan, members of Resources and Development Committee, we did have our legal counsel make a recommendation. If you go to item letter B on the agenda, we do have a report from NAPI on their fiscal year 2023 audit report, and that also requires executive session. Since the team from NAPI has to travel out from Farmington, and they are currently present here in the foyer of Navajo Nation Land Department office, Ms. Khan did recommend if Resources and Development Committee would consider in having NAPI executive session go before legal counsel's executive session discussion. Or we can just have a consent, right? Honorable Ness.
Thank you, Chair. We can just have a consent and come back to A, if that's okay.
Fukushi? And I do allow the consent, so, members of RDC, just all course to have NAPI go before legal counsel. Fukushi, Honorable Clough, and then Vice Chair?
That'll work.
Okay. All right. So with that, we'd like to go ahead and allow NAPI representatives to take, so we have Mr., so we'll, So for the record, there is a consent on the floor by members of Resources and Development Committee to go to, receiving a report, item letter B, report from the Navajo Agricultural Products Industry, NAPI, on their fiscal year 2023 audit report for NAPI and Navajo Pride LLC. This does require executive session. Members of Resources and Development Committee, I would need to know the length of time we'll be in executive session. So, Mr. Zeller, how long do you think it's going to take for executive session?
minutes, maybe?
30? Okay, 30 minutes. Okay, members of RDC?
I would say,
Okay, so can we go ahead and maybe, go about maybe till 12:30? Because we're still gonna lose the extra session with Marianne, with legal counsel. So can you just put both things together?
Ms. Claude, is that doable?
Functionally, it sounds fine to me.
Because we can't go, we get out and go into executive session.
Kill two birds with one stone?
I don't know.
Oh, yes, we have to vote on the
Oh, yeah.
report afterwards.
Oh, okay. So, that was a good recommendation, Danny, so it won't be, allowed, because we gotta do the voting.
Can you?
I guess
So you could vote on both of them afterwards, again, it's not in stone. Whatever works well for the Resources and Development Committee.
I'm okay with it. No, let's just,
keep it separate. So we're gonna go ahead and allot, 30 minutes, executive session to, receive a report from NAPI, leadership. Okay, so I would need a motion. Honorable Nez.
Chair Jesus, I'd like a motion that we go into executive session and receive a report from NAPI on their fiscal year 2023 audit. And perhaps we'll have at least 45 minutes on this, since the report's gonna take about 20 minutes. Maybe the questions will be about another 20 minutes as well. So let's just go 45 minutes.
Yeah, there is a motion on the floor for 45 minutes executive session. May I get a second? Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, thank you. So with that, we will go into executive session. I need a roll, Mr. Tahi, do a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for executive session for items 5B, report from Navajo Agriculture Product Industry. Honorable Shauna Cloud, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nance, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nance votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Madam Chair, that's 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we will go to executive session for 45 minutes, starting at 11 o'clock a.m.
To 11:45.
45 a.m. With that, Resources and Development Committee, may I get a motion to exit out of executive session? Motion. Honorable Otto, and, second by Vice Chair Johnson. Okay, so with that, do you want me to bring this up now? Okay, roll call vote, Mr. Tahi.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for exiting out of executive session for item 5B. Honorable Shawna N. Cloud, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna N. Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we exit out of executive session at 12:05 p.m. Going back to the main motion on the report from Navajo Agricultural Products Industry, I just want to make known on record that the management and also,
There's no motion.
There's no motion.
there's no motion.
Need a motion to accept the report.
Okay, motion, okay. So with that, I'd like to get a motion to accept the report. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Otto. And then now I can mention it. Okay. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, again, thank you, and I also like to thank the team from NAPI, the management, and also Board of Directors for issuing a check to the Navajo Nation in the amount of $1 million for the successful crop year in operation that NAPI has had. And again, as leadership, we are thankful that NAPI has presented this check to Resources and Development Committee, but we'll be giving it to the full Navajo Nation as well. So if we can give NAPI a hand for their superior performance financially and total stability as an enterprise. Again, thank you to the team and also to all the staff there with NAPI and also to the Board of Directors. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and take it to vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for accepting report for item 5B. Honorable Shawna N. Cloud, how do you vote?
Green for $1 million.
Honorable Shawna N. Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes $1 million green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you again, colleagues, and thank you to NAPI. Thank you for your report, and we'll continue to be working with you. We would like to take a photo, but first, I believe, Mr. Patero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make the committee aware of I believe it was either a directive or information from the President's office in regards to revenues back to the Navajo Nation. NAPI is following that directive, and we will be making quarterly payments to the Navajo Nation, just for your information as well.
Thank you, Mr. Patero, for that information, and again, thank you to NAPI. So at this time, we wanted Office of the Speaker to be here to take a photo off with. She's on her way. What should we do? Take recess? So since we're waiting for a public information officer from Office of the Speaker to get here, I'd like to request for recess for 10 minutes? 15 minutes. So if NAPI can just stay around, I would appreciate it if we could get a photo with it. Thank you. So 15 minutes recess at 12:10, and we'll reconvene at 12:25. Leonard J. is still in the Bahamas? Okay. Again, thank you, members of Resources and Development Committee. We'd like to go ahead and reconvene with our, approved agenda here today. So we'd like to go ahead and go back up to item 5, letter A, report from the Office of Legislative Counsel on a delegation of right-of-way and related sensitive matters. So we do have our legal counsel, Ms. Khan, and also Ms. Quinn here. So members of Resources and Development Committee, this calls us for an executive session. And Ms. Khan, how much time would you prefer?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. So members of RDC, 15 minutes has been requested. If I may get a motion to go into executive session?
Second.
Motion by Honorable Claw and second by Honorable Chair Nez. And, again, for 15 minutes starting, okay, I'd like to go ahead and, take it to roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for going to executive session for item 5A. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson, votes green.
Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Elder Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the Madam Chair not voting.
So with that, motion carries to executive session for 15 minutes starting at 12:15 to 12:30.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tahi, and also members of RDC and our legal counsel. We are going to exit. May I get a motion to exit out of executive session? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Ottoso, and we exit out of executive session at 12:39. Yeah, so right now, we'll go ahead and take it for vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for egging out of executive session for items 5A. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delga Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so 12:39 is going to be exit out of executive session. So going back to main motion on the report from legal counsel, may I get a motion to accept the report?
Delga Ricknez motions.
A motion by Honorable Naz, and may I get a second? Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, thank you. So with that, okay, so with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, there was a recommendation to have, a special meeting next Friday at November 3rd. Do I request for a motion for that? Or how do we do this?
After.
It's gonna be after? Okay, so at this time, thank you again, ladies, from legal counsel, Ms. Khan and Ms. Quinn. So right now, we'll go ahead and take it for a roll call vote on main motion.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports, items 5A. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delga Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so that motion carries for the report from Office of Legislative Counsel. And going on to item 6O business, letter A,
Chair,
Honorable Naz.
I would like to make a motion that we suspend the floor rules and amend the agenda to add under new business H, it will be to schedule a special RDC meeting for November 3rd at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Oh.
Land Department.
Bushy, Land Department, okay.
Or.
For a second.
So members of Resources Development Committee, we do have a motion by Honorable Chair Nez to add, an item, letter H, under, new business for a special Resources and Development Committee meeting on Friday, November the 3rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. And we do have a second by Honorable Ottoso. And with that, if I can go ahead and, get a roll call vote to, Honorable Ottoso?
Can I ask to modify the amendment also to go ahead and defer all the legislation to the next meeting?
Under poll and new business?
Yeah, the presenters that are not here to the next meeting, defer them.
Bushy?
Make a motion.
So we do have a, request to, defer all of the legislation under old business and new business, which will be legislation 0131-23, 0221-23, 0224-23, 0234-23, 0242-23, to the next Resources Development Committee meeting. Motioning party, you would like to modify to your
Okay, let me ask you a question on your legislation.
On
Do
B,
you want it? He wants all of it deferred. Are you okay with it?
let's go ahead and defer.
Okay, okay.
So,
Madam Chair, members of RDC, with the sponsors not here, it automatically would be deferred. So, Madam Chair, she just needs to. It was automatically deferred, just for clarification purposes, RDC and, Madam Chair.
okay,
So you're gonna have to step out when we get to your legislation.
okay.
It automatically will be deferred.
That's gonna go back.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you take,
So I agree to defer all the legislation to next regular
RDC meeting? Okay, so motioning party, Akkosh.
As the main motioning party, I will concur.
Okay,
Is that okay?
and that's okay, right?
So you're here.
You're present.
Yeah.
But as long as you can agree,
I can agree because I don't think, Dene College,
Your agent's not here.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so my
Okay,
agent,
that's on the record.
yes,
Okay.
my agent is not here, and I prefer either the president or either, Ms. Crystal Carr to be present. But in this case, they're not, of course, due to short notice as well. So I do agree to just get the legislation deferred to next regular RDC meeting.
Okay, Madam Chair, thank you. I do concur.
Okay, so with that, we do have amendment No, Dene College, not ECU. Dene College. Yeah, we're okay. So with that, we do have a, suspension, to 4 rules right now. Amendment has been made to add, item H, special meeting, on Friday, November 3rd, at 9 a.m. Proximity will be Windsor Rock area. And then also to add to that is for all the legislations on the agenda under old business and new business to be deferred to the next regular Resources and Development Committee meeting. So with that, I do have a motion by, Honorable, Chair Nez, second by Honorable Otto So. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and take that to a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for suspending the 4 rules and adding a special meeting on Friday, November 3rd at 9 a.m. in the Windsor Rock, Arizona vicinity area, and deferring all legislation, old and new business, to the next regular RDC meeting. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, so with that, we do accept, item H and also deferring all the legislation to the next regular Resources and Development Committee meeting. So with that, we go on to item number 7, new business, letter C, directive. The Resources and Development Committee directs the Division of Natural Resources Division Director, General Land Development Department Manager, Navajo Nation Land Department Department Manager, and Department of Resource Enforcement Rangers Office Department Manager with the assistance of the Department of Justice shall organize a work session with the goal of the establishment of a joint management plan for Canyon D. Shelley, Canyon D. Shea. The Division of Natural Resources is to inform and invite the Division of Public Safety Division Director about the work session. May I get a motion on this directive? Motion.
I have to read it to the record.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So with that, Honorable Claw, let's go ahead and hold off on the motion. Mr. Tahi, could you please read the directive into the record?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, the directive would read as follows. The Navajo Nation Council's Resources and Development Committee's has oversight authority over the Navajo Nation, the Division of Natural Resource, General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Land Department, and the Department of Resource Enforcement. The Resource and Development Committee, pursuant to Navajo Nation Code 2 NC Section 189B, is authorized to issue directives to the division and the departments within its oversight. The directive reads as follows: Directive to Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Land Department, and Department of Resource Enforcement, Ranger's Office with the assistance of the Navajo Department of Justice. The committee directs the Division of Natural Resources, Division Director, General Land Development Department, Department Manager, Navajo Nation Land Department, Department Manager, and the Department of Resource Enforcement, Ranger's Office with the assistance of the Navajo Department of Justice to organize a work session with the goal of establishing a joint management plan for Canyon de Chelly. The Division Director of the Division of Natural Resources is to inform and invite the Division Director of the Division of Public Safety about the work session. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is the Director read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. Reading that into the record. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second motion by Honorable Claw, second by Honorable Simpson. There's no questions. Let's go to take it to a roll call vote.
Vice Chair Johnson, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for issuing a directive on 7D. Honorable Sana and Claw, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Sana and Claw votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delga Rickners votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Brenda Seuss, how do you vote? Vice Chair Johnson, that is 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. Okay, we're moving on to number 8. Right? E. Okay. Approving a work session with the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Division of Natural Resources on Creative Trust applications for Monday, November 6, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock, Arizona area.
Motion.
The motion.
Second.
So, for the second. There's no questions on this. We have a question by. So.
Just to let you guys know, I will be probably on travel to Washington that week for that, the work session that you requested for November 6th. So we'll be headed to, the Travel Interior Budget Council. Yeah, just put it on the record. Thank you.
So I'd like to give the gavel back over to Honorable Madam Chair for this. Go ahead.
Okay.
There's
Oh.
a record that he's going to be out on the 6th.
Oh,
travel
excuse
to Washington, D.C.
Fukushi?
That's where we're at. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair West. Any other questions, member of Resources and Development Committee regarding item letter E? Going once, going twice. Rodney, can you please take roll call vote?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for 7E. Honorable Sana and Claw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sana and Claw votes green. Honorable Casey Johnson, how do you vote?
And Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delga Rickners votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Madam Chair, that is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Fukushi? Thank you. Going on to item letter F, approving to schedule the Resources Development Committee regular meeting on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023 at 10 a.m. from the Window Rock, Arizona area to Manuelito Chapter in Midmore, Navajo Nation, New Mexico. May I get a motion on this item?
Motion.
Honorable Chair Nez, may I get a second?
Second.
second by Honorable Simpson. Members of Resources and Development Committee, do we have any questions on this meeting for next week, to be at Manuelito chapter? Going once, going twice. Rodney, please take roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for item 7F. Honorable Sana Inclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sana Inclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Dolga Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Togoshi? Yeah. And then going on to item letter G, approving to schedule the Resources and Development Committee meeting, regular meeting on Wednesday, December the 13th, 2023 at 10 a.m. from Window Rock, Arizona area to Tuba City chapter in Tuba City, Arizona. May I get a motion on this meeting date for December the 13th?
Motion.
A motion, by Honorable Otto, and second by Vice Chair Johnson. Members of RDC, do we have any questions? Going once, going twice, roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for 7G. Honorable Sana Inclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sana Inclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Dolga Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Yeah, thank you. Going on to item letter H, approving to schedule a special Resources and Development Committee meeting on Friday, November 3rd, 2023 at 9 a.m. in the Window Rock area. May I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Honorable Nez and second by Vice Chair Johnson. Any questions, members of Resources and Development Committee?
Quick question, not quick question.
Honorable Simpson?
Madam Chair, I won't be able to make the November 3rd meeting. I have two meetings in Parliament.
Okay.
So, the Eastern Land Commission meeting, and that will prep, and also meeting with BLM and BIA, on the resource management plan at the office up there as well. So I have two meetings.
So we'll give you an update then? Okay? Honorable Simpson. So with that, any other questions? Going once, going twice, roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for item 7H. Honorable Sana Inclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Sana Inclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Dolga Ricknez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting. Going on to item letter 8, close of meeting. Do we have any announcements at this time?
I do. Go
Okay,
ahead.
let me go ahead and give it to, Honorable Otto.
Just, Janine News, it says, I hear that, Navi is canceled for tomorrow.
Yes.
So, then, the BOSBA, meeting in, Twin Arrows tomorrow. And, those of you that are, really intact with the BOSBA and I mean, that communication and that awareness, that meeting's going on tomorrow. And once I heard about it, I was like, why isn't it that you guys didn't tell us? Because the BOSBA, is actually, impact every corner of the reservation. So that's where I plan to be tomorrow, so I deal with that. Thank you.
Honorable Otto, if you can, send out the agenda or whatever to the, members of RDC, Shona. And then let me go ahead and give it to Honorable Nez and then to you, Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee, staff. Just want to let you know that the Arizona Diamondbacks made it. They get to play Friday night over against Texas Rangers. So just thought I'd let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on.
Only Arizona, one of the only Arizona teams I like.
Okay, yeah, and then, Vice Chair Johnson?
Except Tuba City. Thank you, Madam Chair. Announcement, the Arizona caucus delegates will be traveling to Phoenix, Arizona for the Arizona caucus meeting Friday, October 27th at 1 p.m. And that will be at the Governor's Tower. So that will be this Friday. I'm going to make that announcement.
Honorable, Claw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My announcement is that on Thursday, the GLAD department will be conducting the public hearing for the broadband regulations. It will be at Chinle Tractor House at 10 a.m. So I will be there. And then also that same morning on Thursday, Chinle IHS is also conducting a recognition of the Chinle Tapestry to Wellness, and so they will begin at 8:30 at the Chinle IHS as well. So those are my two announcements. Thank you.
Honorable, Claw. Any other announcements? Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, I have tentatively scheduled Monday, November 13th, to Tuesday, November 14th, and Wednesday, November 15th, for a 3-day conference for RDC to conduct the meeting that was deferred from its last fiscal year, one with CKP, the other ones with all the grazing officials, the Department of Agriculture, Farm Board, and Land Board, and also discussing Title 26 and the 4 modules that the Department of Justice, the chapter unit, is discussed having that conference with all the chapters invited. This will be held in Albuquerque, as it is the only facility that can hold the amount of people that we are expecting, as well as accommodate the hotel.
Okay. So, November 13, 14, and 15, Honorable Otto.
Okay, I'll try to work my schedule, coordinate my schedules around that. I deal with that. The other is, I don't know where it went, it's gone. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Otto Soto. Thank you, members of the Resources and Development Committee. Thank you for continued striving and making the Navajo Nation better. Honorable Nez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that announcement, with the committee having a meeting in Albuquerque, I think we just need to make it clear that it's the only venue that we have that we can go to that's available. And I know people started complaining and saying, how come we didn't go to 20 hours? How come this? How come way over there? You know, let's just make it clear that it's the only place and it needs to be done. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Otto.
I want to request a report from Rodney from his trip.
Directed to Mr. Tawny. Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Otto, with that, I'd like to call for adjournment. May I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Honorable Otto Stowe, may I get a second? Honorable Chair Nez, thank you. Rodney, please take a vote for adjourn.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment. Honorable Shauna Enclaw, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Shauna Enclaw votes green. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Great.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Stowe votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, and so with that, we adjourn at 1:03 PM. And now we're going to drive over to the council chambers to get our photo op with Nancy. Again, thank you, everyone, and have a great, afternoon.